Okay, patron input. I'm going to read this statement here real quick, then I'll call. We have two people that's going to speak. The board appreciates patrons taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time to hear from the public. This is not an appropriate time to place for persons to make positive or negative comments that would violate the privacy rights of district students or staff members. Persons making such comments which violate student or staff privacy rights will be asked to terminate their remarks. If a person has a complaint, the board will refer that person to the appropriate staff member or complete procedure for follow-up. Thanks again for taking time to discuss district business with the board. And the first one is Tony Prettyman.
Hello. Thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf today on part of myself and my parents, Janie and Jerry, who I'm sure you all know property bumps up to the middle school there. First, I want to thank Dr. Bierman and the board. The district has been a great neighbor for over 30 years now. The outdoor spaces have always been well kept. When we moved there in the 90s, Wildcat Drive was a dirt access road, and everything behind it was all agricultural fields. My family is proud supporters of the district and have enjoyed listening to marching band practices and Little League games. We appreciate Dr. Bierman and board members reaching out to them and sharing ideas in a neighborly way, including discussions on drainage and other items. I'd like the board to consider and discuss your agenda item, including a few points when the time comes. One, could the board consider rotating the softball and football field or baseball fields? I think the original proposal in front of you right now has both infields neighboring my parents' property, and it includes a long walk from the middle school parking lot to get to that infield area. By rotating them, what I would suggest maybe is 90 degrees clockwise or even 180. The infields would butt up closer to the middle school, which would be a shorter walk for community members to get to the fields. It'd be a shorter walk for restrooms and concession stands. And for my family's benefit, it could reduce the foot traffic, the potential parking there. I think if the way they're currently situated, people would want to park on Wildcat Drive or on Countryside Drive, and Dr. Bierman and I spoke, and I think having no parking signs up there would be a good thing, as well as any trash and litter. You know, not everybody picks up after themselves, and there's greater potential if the infields are there that it could blow on my family's property. So I would like you to consider that. Also, if you were able to rotate the fields, again, we would just want to make sure drainage wouldn't be impacted. We haven't had a lot of water come onto our property, some on rare occasions, but we just want to make sure that would not happen. Another one, so the outfield turf, I'm heard will be able to be used for band practices if it's approved. I don't know if the fields are wide enough to where a football field could fit in there as well, and whether the turf would be high enough quality for football practices to be held there. I was curious if you needed additional parking, if the old football practice field would ever be paved, if there's any vision for that. Small question on the fencing. It talked about PBV fencing. I didn't know if that was normal chain link or if that's a protective, hidden, non-transparent fencing, what that would look like, and if that's for the foul territories and the outfield. And again, I think it would be good to recap for the audience online and here where the money's coming from. I have heard that the board is not interested in a bond proposal. I believe that the mill levy is capped at that 8 mills for capital outlay. And so to me personally, I think it's a great option to use existing budget, not affect taxpayers and gain improvements, but I think there's questions among the community, and reiterating that and talking about it tonight would be good. Full disclosure, so my parents have considered downsizing, either building on the back half of the property or listing and moving somewhere else. They were a little concerned about property value. We had a realtor come over today, and they did not see any issues with property value to say, you know, people always want to live close to a school. And if the infields were rotated, I think it would be even less of an impact for them. So we're hoping you will consider those and discuss those items. We think the improvements could benefit both my family as well as the neighbors and the community in providing a much better experience logistically for attendees trying to attend. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Heidi Maggio.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bierman. To respond to the thoughts that I suspect you're all having, yes, we do have a lot of nerve. The policies to be discussed are not listed on the agenda. Why? I know you're not supposed to respond, but it's just a question I'm posing, that why are those policies not listed? That doesn't seem to set an example of transparency, as the agenda is supposed to list what will be discussed. Last month, the board had their self-evaluation. Well over an hour was spent on this discussion. When the category of public relations was discussed, I raised my hand to ask the question, by what metric are you assessing these categories? I was not given the chance to ask, but was told that I was not allowed to speak. It was a very confusing and angering circus to watch. Elected officials rate themselves quite generously by most members based on no input from the people that the evaluation involved. Then to have the board respond to public outcry of the district's dereliction of duty in a condescending and arrogant letter was really, really interesting and honestly pretty heartbreaking. Instead of working toward public relations, the leadership chose to demean the public and to pour fuel on the proverbial fire. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, we've learned that our son's story is actually not unique to this district. We just decided to drag it out into the public eye. This required an amount of bravery from our son that all men should aspire. No, he's not depressed and suicidal. Would it make you feel better if he was? We thank God that he is strong and uniquely resilient, but that does not mean that he is not affected. This board and the administration of our district clearly misunderstands mental health, and in our case, mental health surrounding sexual abuse and exploitation. I'm not a stranger to this topic, as I myself am a victim of a sexual crime. The violation caused lifelong wounds, and my parents fought hard for me. I am thankful that they showed me how to fight for what is right. Little did I know that God would use my pain of my adolescence to fight for my son and our child, as well as all the children in this district. The culture in this district has reared its ugly head as one of intimidation and, dare I say, a culture of bullying. Speak out in defense of your child who was victimized, and you will have repercussions. Is this the culture that we want to example for our students? That speaking up for those who are victimized or oppressed will be punished by those in charge? It's worth asking. As we're asking for policy that is thorough, helpful, and effective in protecting our children, and for the training it takes to hold the adults in charge to account for their responsibilities, we do not feel like this is too much to ask. We do not feel that we are stretching in any way, shape, or form. We only want protection for students and for staff. To quote our social emotional curriculum, which clearly is ineffective for the leadership of this district, the time for change is now. Thank you.
Okay, 4.0, discussion items. 4.1, review of Vision 2025 strategic plan with BES stakeholders.
All right, so tonight we have Broadmoor patrons and staff here. Last month we had Rockville, and so board members, you all have the notes that you can use plus a strategic plan. For patrons and staff, if you don't have one, when we excuse out to the commons, we have copies, so we'll give everyone one. we just ask that, last time we had a smaller group, we appreciate everyone coming, so we'll probably, or I can let Mr. Foote decide, but have more groups tonight as well. I'd encourage everyone to try to stay focused on Broadmoor, as it is Broadmoor's night. All the conversations were great last month, but we kind of got into maybe some high school things, and that's coming, because next month is the middle school, and in May would be the high school. So, yeah, I think that would help if we try to focus our attention more a little bit on Broadmoor tonight. So, but with the crowd, I don't know how many groups you want to have.
I think 3, maybe, or I guess we could do 4.
Okay, so 4. So,
There's a pretty good size. Let's do, does everybody feel comfortable with 4? Okay.
all right. So we'll
Yes.
just go through the middle doors. Miss Apple has a strategic plan and head out to the commons. So.
Go.
So board, then I guess 4 groups.
Okay, 4.2, review of updated board policies.
Okay, per the board's direction, I had our attorneys, Gwen Mundorf, take a look at policy JCAC, interrogation and investigations. So you have that in front of you. I just handed that out, so it should be right in front of the board members. You got it right there.
Can we turn your microphone up a little bit? 'Cause
Turn mine up?
I can't
Okay,
really hear
I'll
you.
talk into it, sorry. So I'll just repeat that. So the board wanted our legal counsel, Gwen Mundorf, to take a look at policy JCAC, interrogation investigations. And so I had Jessica Bernard from Gwen Mundorf look at that policy. You have that in front of you for any discussion. The other policies that were discussed, either by patrons or by the board, policies JGC and policy KGC. She did look at those and she did not have any recommendations. She had emailed Mr. Foote and I today that those two, she did not have any policy recommendations for those. So the only policy you have in front of you is policy JCAC.
I mean, I think this new policy is definitely much clearer, and it's a much better policy than what we had. I think Jessica did a good job of crafting what we wanted, and has anybody got any input on that?
They
Yeah,
sit
mine.
over here.
I don't know, does there need to be any wording in here about, if a student is asked to be, or is investigated, that the investigation could be delayed while the parent gets there? I mean, I don't know if that's necessary, but,
You're talking about right up at the top.
I mean, because it talks about good faith attempts.
Right.
But, I mean, if my child requested that a parent be present, or if a parent, advised their children, if you were investigated, don't talk until we get there. I mean, could we put something in here that
That's not a bad idea.
might address that? I don't know where exactly or how, where it would fit, but I think that might be.
You would want to put that in the top paragraph because that addresses the building administration, because then
Right.
you get into, you can see the headings. That would be when the law enforcement gets involved based
Right.
off the headings. Whatever you would like that, and then I can obviously send that back to her and have that wordsmith in there for you for next meeting. So I don't know if you want to try to tell me what to say.
Yeah,
Or we could even approve this one tonight and have her,
Well, it's just a discussion.
Oh,
It's not for action item.
okay.
Yep. I just wanted your feedback and then bring it back to next week, next
yeah,
month.
I don't know, I read it before, but as I'm reading it now, sitting here, I feel like that might be prudent.
So do you want to strive to state a sentence that I can write down and then the board can discuss?
I just keep getting caught up at good faith attempts. Maybe somewhere in there.
I think you just add it right at the end of that sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That, you know, something along the lines that if a student wishes their parents be present for any further interrogation,
Yeah.
then building.
Interrogation can be postponed until.
Yep.
I think it probably needs to be like a time frame, though.
What was that, Jennifer?
Maybe like there may be a time frame that needs to be,
I agree.
know,
If
like,
it's something that needs to happen quickly.
you know, it can't be like
Yeah.
next week works for me type of situation. So maybe something like if the parent or student requests the parent to be present, the investigation can be postponed until the parent arrives, but I probably should still.
Day of
That day,
or,
that day, I would imagine.
I mean, you could even,
I don't know if we want to get to, I don't know how nitty
Right.
gritty and detailed we want to get with that. I mean, maybe you just say postpone to within a reasonable time.
Yeah. Investigation can be delayed. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that.
So if a student or parent wishes a parent be present during the investigation, it'll be postponed until parents have been notified, you know, at a reasonable time. I just put a timestamp so we can ask legal what they believe on that as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's great.
That's great.
Anything else in the policy?
I would like to ask if this document is on the website now. Is it available to the public?
It will be when the meeting stuff's published.
I think if there's documents here that every board member has in front of them and we're discussing it, I think a paper copy should be available to anyone in the audience. And if we don't do that, I think that could possibly be a coma violation.
well, since I mean, it would be published,
Right after.
it would be on the
In the
agenda
minutes.
at the next meeting because it would be an action item, correct?
In past, the board has had those, and when the minutes are released, when Ms. Yoder does those, all the attachments are with the minutes. Just not this, I mean, that's how it's been for all the materials, correct, Ms. Yoder?
On Wednesdays.
I mean, obviously, we could, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with if a patron wants to get a copy of this, we can give it to them. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that.
I mean, I think generally speaking, if since we're at the high school, it kind of changes the way we normally would have things posted. This
would
would
be on the
normally be
board.
posted on the projection, but because we've done the round table or whatever you want to call it, the last month, this month, the next 2 months, we don't have the ability to have those up for
Projected, yeah.
visualization for everybody.
Can
But
we make copies?
Yeah.
Sure. Hand them out?
Yeah.
Would you be able to do that, Mr. Smith?
So, do we need to make copies of all
I think you're mowing.
these? 15 or something?
Does anybody have anything else on this document?
I have a comment. I believe it needs to be mandatory that a parent is contacted when an administrator is investigating a child or any circumstance. And
Well,
especially when it comes to the law.
that's in here.
Protect them as their parent.
that's covered in here.
It doesn't say mandatory. It says may. I mean, I think your lawyer would even say that we need to be contacted as parents. Well, it sounds like we need a new contactable.
He's getting us copy, he's getting copies, so you guys all have it, and then you have one? Yep.
Where's she talking about May at?
Right.
Public discussion.
I think you all would like to feel like we have a transparent relationship, and I want that too. And obviously, as of recent, it's a very important topic in this town, and we're very passionate about it. So I'm a little confused why it wasn't shared on the board minutes that were released. There's no paper, just anything that goes into this. I just think that would be good policy to make sure it's shared. I think you guys do in most situations, but maybe this is just a whole thing, making sure that we see gaps when they are identified.
I agree with you. I'm a little bit thrown off tonight because usually I have a computer and I can take notes on it, and we usually have it up on the board, and I'm looking down the board on the big screen. I know we're all looking at it, talking it together. And even, I'm a little bit thrown off because I can't even see my constituents or people up here. So I do apologize for the current situation, and I know the board's, I would want to make sure that we have this in front of everyone, especially before we adopt the changes to it and can get feedback from people. So I do appreciate that. Obviously, it's having a big open discussion in here is probably not going to be the avenue that it goes. And so I would, if you guys have a copy of it, and we'll make sure we get it published so we can get it in the right direction and where it needs to be, so.
I would just say it was just, I would, like an oversight to not think that that this would normally be put up here on the side for everybody to be able to read if we're in our normal board meeting. So not, this is different for all of us to be up here and not have the projections for everybody to be reading like we normally do. So the next 2 months when we're here, we'll make sure if there's anything like this that we print them off ahead of time, so. Nothing intentional by any
I think
means.
it's this last line. If a student's parents, guardian, or representative is not present when the questioning of a student, the principal may be present. Do what now?
But that's when the law enforcement's involved.
Yeah, when law enforcement's involved. I think that needs some work right there.
Yeah, we can't really see you guys, sorry.
In that wording, I think for the benefit of all, it needs to be really concise and really concrete. Like the steps that are taken, saying in good faith or with good effort, really covers the adult more than it covers the child. And that way, that would also cover the administration, whoever's taking care of it, to say, I did this within this time frame, I'm covered, versus saying, good faith effort. What is that? What does that look like? That covers the adult, not the child. But with parents needing to be called, just like, if my kid gets pulled over on the highway and gets arrested for whatever reason, like they're read their Miranda rights. So is that something that we need to do as a school? They are a minor. So say it's an 18-year-old child, they
don't we send this back to Jessica? I've underlined everywhere where it says good faith attempts. I don't like that wording. And then the last line, if a student's parent, guardian, or representative is not present during the questioning of the student, the principal may be present. I think we need to work on that, I don't know how you can, maybe the principal could stand in with the parent's permission if the parent could not be here, or something to that effect.
And I would tell you, I feel like that's kind of how it was represented to me, was more of a, if I can't be there, if I want admin to be there. So I feel like that's what we've been doing, so I think that it should
I think it needs to be in
stay.
writing.
I do too, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what we've been doing, so I think that it needs to be maybe clear here.
Yeah, with the parent's permission.
Can you write that there? So you have my copy? So I know what to.
I have a question. Obviously, if we're sending this back to our lawyer, can we get this out sooner? Like if she gets it back 2 weeks earlier and actually post it, so like in our upcoming agenda minutes, that way people can actually voice to their representative if people have ideas and wants that we can have on here. So, just because we're not gonna do, like, total open discussion. Yeah. Exactly. Does that make sense?
So I put that in there, and obviously you need to add, guardian or representative, something along that lines.
You're saying we can add attachments to the agenda? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
like these, so people.
Does anybody else have anything on that document?
I have just a quick question on the process moving forward as far as the policy goes with, we have this document now that we can review and, then I guess it'll be presented as a item on the next, as an action item on the next board meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
So then when would you need like comments from the public? Like, or when would you request comments? You're gonna bring that back to your lawyer. When would you request that be done by?
I would say as soon as possible, so then, I'm not visiting with the attorney and then I get other comments. I would like to have all those, so if by the end of this week, obviously spring break's next week, the next board meeting will be here before we know it, so I prefer by this Friday, so you can just email me those, and then as I work with her, I can share those. You can email me, Brian Bierman.
Will that be publicly stated? Like, will that be, like, with the policy posted? Is there, like, for community feedback? I mean, the letter says that you're working toward community feedback with policy, so will that be accessible to the general
Yeah.
public in some way? The people that weren't here or that?
Well, I mean, the meeting is being broadcast, so anybody,
Well,
Yeah, they always are, so nothing has changed, and if Ms. Yoder, our board clerk, wants to speak, but there's not the attachments on the agenda. As soon as the minutes are written by Ms. Yoder, and they're still not official till the next meeting, all these attachments go on there. So there's nothing different tonight just because of this policy. I mean, no different than our next discussion item, that the handbooks, they weren't on there.
Because last month, both, like, all of the policies that were being discussed at the meeting, they were linked. So, like, beforehand, you could go through, I don't know if that was.
Because I change it, Heidi, right before the meeting, because, nope, I'm just trying to explain it. So when we're in the boardroom, it goes on the screens, So I lock it up until the board members look at all the things, and then when the board meeting happens, I unlock them all. So I usually do that like afternoon. And then that way they're unlocked until the board meeting, and then we can bring them up on the screens for everybody to view.
Any other discussion?
That's okay. So I haven't, and I apologize, I just haven't, because of this is kind of weird, I'm sorry, the layout, and so that was, like they said, our misfortune to not think about that, so I apologize. If this comes around next time, we'll be more apparent to that. Sorry.
Okay, so I think Dr. Bierman, it's clear what your task is moving forward here. Okay. 4.3, review of proposed school handbook changes.
Okay, we'll start with the youngest buildings, so we'll have Mrs. Crater and Mrs. Apple come forward.
All right, so we have an addition to the handbook. In the continuum of consequences, we would like to add a section. One thing I did not put in yours is the behavior is on the far left with first offense, second offense, third offense as you go over. So looking to add the behavior of hate speech against a person or family's race, creed, color, orientation, or gender. First offense, referral to administration, correction and education about the impact of such language, private discussion with students, verbal warning, restorative conversations, reflective writing, ISS, OSS, or loss of privilege. Family contact was also, it did not cut and paste over there, but family contact, just like it says in second, I just noticed that, should be cut and pasted over into that. Second offense, family contact, counseling session focused on empathy and inclusion. Again, some type of a consequence, formal apology, restorative circle, or mediation. These are just things that we do throughout our, handling of different behaviors. And then you can see the third offense too, just immediate administrative intervention, family meeting, looking at safety plans or protection plans, and that is something that we put in place for both sides of a situation. Sometimes if a student, just needs to, basically we just want to protect both sets of students so that we are sure that nobody is being falsely accused of anything. A lot of times in elementary school, if you do it once, sometimes you get the finger pointed at you every time, and so we try to always put in protection plans so that students are always fully protected. The addition of this was in direct response to our patrons at the November meeting asking us, or December meeting, December, asking us about what our responses would be in regards to something like this. We had 9 pages of board policy at the end of our handbook, and so we spoke with Dr. Bierman about replacing those 9 pages with a paragraph kind of summarizing those 9 pages. It is a board policy, and so having it in our student handbook when it's also included in board policy seemed like maybe not necessary.
Redundant.
Yeah, and so we would replace with this paragraph in regards to emergency safety intervention. I don't know if you want me to read it or.
So, and just to be clear, so we did not touch the policy GAAF. It's still 9 pages. It's in the board handbook. It was just in the Broadmoor and Rockville handbook. And so we're referencing that, but the policy was not altered at all. And it's regarding emergency safety interventions. So, if we would have to seclude his child or restrain a child, the policies and regulations that govern our staff, all the way to the reporting of that if that does happen in our schools.
Is the reasoning for that just to eliminate 9 pages in the handbook? Is that
Actually,
it?
it costs us more money to, and when we print our handbooks too, we're paying by page as well. So, and we reference where you can see that policy online as well. Do you guys have the 9 pages?
They have everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's a lot in there, so. And then edit, under absences, we are replacing the words missing school with unexcused absences. It just was a confusing statement, and we just wanted to clarify that a little bit more, so you can see, we put unexcused absences and took out the missing school. Because parents can excuse up to 6 absences a semester, so, and if they're excused, that wouldn't be considered truant if it's an excuse, so we wanted to clarify.
Sure.
And that's all of our changes that we're recommending.
Yeah, second page, you had lost and found, school delivery.
That was, no, none of that is being changed. Sorry, I just copied the.
Because GAAF.
Yeah, so I drew a line and then wrote really sloppily, this section, so
Okay.
sorry, my S messed up on section, but I thought we were friends. It would be okay, it'd be all right.
So what they're saying is those top 3, they don't have any, so lost and found, school deliveries, electronic devices, they were just on the same page as where the
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, I
GAAF started,
apologize,
so.
yeah.
And that we did not want to,
No, nothing's changing with those.
I have one question. In the continuum of consequences, that's brand new, right? Or,
Just this behavior is new, so we have one that's already approved that
Yeah.
handles lots of things.
but is,
yes.
I mean, this whole section is new?
Yes.
Okay. The only question I have on that is, is this stuff, did you get guidance from KSB on it or legal as far as like to make sure we have included everything that we need to include? And or do we, you know what I'm saying? That would be my
Like
question.
the wording?
Yeah, I just would want to, I don't want to adopt anything if we don't have it.
This was
Because
for
honestly, I'm not
admin
going to be the
Yeah, it's
the
just
go-to guy.
us talking about,
Okay.
so are you thinking more of like the behavior or the responses to the behavior?
I think both.
I think both.
Okay.
I would just, me personally, would feel better if legal looked at it, just because it falls under such
I can
a
call
realm of
first thing in the
people's
morning.
rights and things like that. Like, I would like them to look at it and say, yes, this is, or we need to add here or subtract
Or
here.
word it this way or that way?
Exactly.
No, that's
I just
fine.
feel like we're not the
We appreciate the
level.
opportunity to
Yes.
present now
Yeah.
and be able to look at the changes and before you vote on it in April.
and if I heard you correct, just so the board's clear, so you have these 3 silos of consequences. What's missing, but you'll make sure it's on there is this, so really it's the second silo, but that should say first, second, and third at top. That's not in there.
Correct.
So you will have that for next
Yeah,
month.
yeah, it's in a table and it says like behavior, first like offense, second offense, third offense. So I didn't put that on there to clarify that. And like I said, for some reason, family contact was not pasted over into the first. I don't know if it cut off at the bottom or,
So if we can add all that, plus have legal
Yeah.
take care of
are you okay if I make that phone call tomorrow and ask them?
it. Yep, and then
Okay.
follow up with me, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mrs. Hankins for the middle school. Just
Hi.
1 second.
All right, are you ready?
Hold on, we got past the documents out here.
That's there. Take it away.
All right, we only have, we only have 2 changes. The first one is actually a very positive change that we actually implemented last year. As you can see, it says handbook changes. It's a building policy that parents wish to take their child out of the building. They must come to the office and check them out. That stays. What we want to take out is, please do not call and request that your child be waiting, as we want your child in class as long as possible. And the reason why we want that taken out is because we actually implemented a policy last year that we've just been doing, and a parent calls and says, can you please send a pass to our kid? We are coming to pick them up at 2:10, and so now we send passes, and we do allow that. So it's actually a positive change, I feel like, that it's been working the last 2 years. So students get a pass, they take it back to class. When the parent is ready to pick up the kid, if it says 2:10, the kid knows to show the pass to the teacher, and they come right to the office, and then the parent comes, picks them up, and then they go home. So we wanted to take that out of the policy. The other one is harassment. The only thing that we have done is we try to stay consistent with the elementary schools, and just at the very, very end, that's just added, letting them know that it is harassment for hate speech against a person or family's race, creed, color, orientation, or gender will not be tolerated. It's just an addition to make sure that that just goes along with harassment, and stays consistent to the exact same wording as the elementary, so.
I have zero problem with that being there. I just have a question, follow up to that. Do you have a lot of that problem?
Yes.
Okay.
And the referral to outside agencies.
That's just the wording that they use, so we didn't want to do anything different. It was just a copy and paste of the exact same wording, so we can
I
change.
just want us to double check on that, because I feel like that's pretty broad of like what the referral, like who are the outside agencies and things like that.
And so, however it is you want the policy to read,
Yeah.
I am totally up for that.
Yeah. I think we just want to have that clear and concise on what that may be.
I don't see the referral to outside agency on the Broadmoor's one. Does it say that? Am I missing it?
I thought it was,
It says possible involvement of law enforcement, depending on severity and local laws would be the,
if that is not in there, I'm happy to take that part out.
Yeah,
I
I'd say,
think without that sentence.
yeah, just
Right.
strike that maybe?
Perfect, yeah.
I mean, is that what you,
well, and maybe we just, once we hear back on these, maybe it does have that last sentence, you know.
What are you saying, like eliminate it?
Eliminate it until we hear back
Yeah.
and see if we need to make it consistent with Broadmoor's.
Perfect.
and I actually really like that statement that you're taking out of the first part. Drives me crazy. I mean, because a lot of times parents are leaving work early to get their kids to an appointment. Everybody's rushing, and so having them ready in the office is great.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Anything else? Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one, Dr. Van Reen will actually share two. She'll share the high school one, and then also the off-campus one, so when our students head to Pleasanton or Paola and those programs. Last year, she developed a handbook for those programs. So the first one you have there, as you're getting it, high school handbook changes.
We start with high school.
Yep.
Okay.
A lot of the first ones are just cleaning up language or stuff we don't do, so, anymore. The first one, we used to not let students down Main Street at 7:30 to see teachers unless they had a pass without the staff to enforce that. And so at 7 o'clock, we just allow kids to go down there now, so we're just gonna strike that. We have a disclaimer on page 5. We don't use agendas anymore, so we just cleaned up that language to indicate that we have this handbook online, not student agendas. The detention policy had wording in there that just didn't belong. Teachers may utilize, I think that was in our Wildcat assistance and must, through some means, got put in detention, so that just comes out of that area. Next, we have, I'm just going through, if you have a question, please stop me. Discipline infraction levels, this section is really just, before our attendance policy, we're gonna add this section, and it addressed anything we don't have a clear, like, policy on, like, you know, attendance, we have unexcused absences, is what happens. These are all the things that fell in that we didn't have a clear minimum, so we're just adding some levels with what the minimum consequence would be for those areas. So just as you peruse those, if you believe they're in the right spot. That's what that section is.
Can I ask a question about it really quick?
Yes.
Where does vaping fall into this?
So we have a vaping policy already that already has, this is what happens. So
A
these are the
specific-
things, like, we
okay.
didn't have anything when a kid cusses, what do you do? Or if somebody cussed at staff, what is that? We didn't have anything in the book to say, we're always gonna start at least, it's gonna be the minimum of this. And so now we have that, so at least people, it's not just
Okay.
guesswork.
Perfect, okay.
On page 8, under our attendance policy, we're just adding clarification for students age 17 and younger. 18-year-olds are not held to that same because they're adults. Attendance policy on page 8, we're taking out the consequences for tardies per class will be as follows. We just give them 10 overall, and then after that, there's consequences. So that was just missed last time we updated that policy.
And then because I also think probably when it comes to cell phones, probably conversation is going to involve Ms. Hankins as well. So we are going to get to the cell phone here, but I've just asked them to keep going. So we'll come back to the cell phone. So I think I talked to Mr. Foote, probably Mrs. Hankins will come up too. So we can talk about a 612 cell phone. So we'll skip over that for now, but we'll definitely come back to that. Is that correct, Mr. Foote?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we skip ahead to public display of affection, page 14. And basically, the first consequence, instead of parents being notified of behavior, is a warning in student conference, and then B is parental notification or conference. So we'll give them that first warning before we can still notify parents if we want, but that's just clarification of the 3-step we'll take. And then health services, it said we will notify you. Who's we? So we just clarified school personnel will notify a parent or guardian.
So at the bottom there we're gonna like to add to page 16, something that we don't currently have, and it actually should be shaded purple. This isn't in our handbook currently, it's just a civility policy. It outlines behaviors for students and adults, how they should interact, and then how do we follow up when there is a concern that needs to be addressed. Virtual classes at LHS, we are going to try, and we do try, to make sure that we have our students here, and then when it's time for them to leave to take virtual classes, if they're blended, that they go home, and we don't like them coming back and forth, so there's just less driving. So we try to align their schedule, and 99.9% we can do that. Kids like to take different classes. It's really hard sometimes, but we want the kids to come to school, and then when they're done, they should leave, so we don't have any chance of extra travel time and opportunity for possible accidents. On page 20, we just would like to take that paragraph out. We do not have a social worker, so we just took that language out. Page 20, on the area of bullying, we did do some work to do some better definitions of bullying. That is something that comes to our office. When we say that word, we just wanted to be able to have good language of what that meant, and then how to follow up, and how to notify, what false reporting is. And then the same area that we're all gonna work on, it sounds like doing some better language work with Miss Apple. We all have that same clause that we've added for the hate speech. And then, I think we're on to tab for activities.
All right, a few updates to the athletics and activities handbook, or portion of the handbook. Frontier League changed their prices this year for admission. We just didn't have that updated in the handbook because we didn't make that decision until about this time, or maybe in April when we changed that price. So we just needed to update that. So it's $7 entry for adults. Next one is virtual students. That's something that Keisha and the state changed last year when it comes to non-public students and virtual students, okay, being eligible for activities. And so just cleaned up our handbook there. So in red, you'll see we're going to take out students must be enrolled in the USD 416 virtual program. okay, and students must be enrolled in one, what they call a brick and mortar class. Since the state has changed our policy on that, we have updated our policy. The one thing that will stay in there is the state requires you must pass 5 subjects, okay? Louisburg requires you to pass 6, okay? And so that's just a standard that we have always had in place, and we'll keep that the same. But it makes sense for us to be in line with the state, since you can be a virtual student outside of Louisburg, outside of our program, and still be eligible for sports. Okay, next one's on the squad reduction, so some language that you guys asked to be put in there. In yellow is what we would be adding. Students who are unable to participate in tryouts due to injury, illness, enrollment status, or current sports season will be given the opportunity to try out at a later date, and the coaching staff will have the final discretion in determining the team placements. Okay, so that would not be forced upon the coaches. The coaches would still have the decision on that kid's placement based on their tryout.
I've got a question on that.
Yep.
I think it sounds good, but I don't know the practical application of it. So if you fill up a squad soon after tryouts, you know, students are going to want to know, let's say there's 10, and you fill the spots, then how do you accommodate someone that's injured or didn't make it to tryouts? I mean, do you go to 11? Do you bump one?
So that's, you know, we don't ever have any set numbers on for our coaches. Our coaches, we don't say, all right, we can only take 20 kids. You know, that is up to the coaches to determine if we're going to have squad reductions, okay, what those numbers are. And so, again, it does say the coaching staff has final discretion determining team placements. And so if the coaches, you know, don't have room for that kid or there's no place for them, then I guess that would be in their decision if that kid would make the team, okay, or not, if there's a spot for him. So, but we would not remove somebody else from the team. They would decide if they have the ability to add them and help them be a member of the team, contributing member of the team.
Okay, thank you.
Last thing there is we kind of talked about this last year where we were trying to change with the times and update us with our athletic passes. We added the GoFan, okay, which is our online ticketing. We use that for all of our passes this year. We're going to change the price of that. Okay, actually, we are going down in price from our individual passes, and so our student passes would be going from $50 to $35. Okay, and our individual passes for adults would be $80 to $50. And so by doing that, okay, we're going to be able to maintain, okay, the revenue that we gained this year, okay, and that when all the math adds up to how we sold passes this year. The one thing that happened with our family passes. So as a result of that, we'd be getting rid of our family pass option. When we went to GoFan, okay, which everybody chose to purchase their ticket or their family pass on GoFan, we still had the hard copy passes, okay, but nobody came in to get one of those. So we still have that as an option if people want to come in and do that. But so when we did this with GoFan, we had to, because the price of a family pass was $180, okay, we had to go in and list the different sizes of families. So it didn't matter if you're a family of 6, okay, or a family of 3, okay, that $180 price was on there. But we had to go in and sell those separately, even though they were $180. So people saw that a family of 3 was $180, a family of 4 was $180, a family of 5, and a family of 6, all of those were $180. So naturally, everybody became a family of 6, okay, all of a sudden, okay, and we sold 66 family of 6s, okay, which was more than all the other passes combined. So people found the glitch in our system there, and everybody was a family of 6, so I'm assuming they bought it and then they gave them out to grandparents or friends, okay, so we wanted to try to clean that up just a little bit, okay? And so what we're doing is reducing the prices of the individual passes, but now it's kind of on an à la carte, okay? So if you want to buy a family pass, okay, so if you're a family of four, a natural family of four is you'd have your 2 adult passes, which would be $50 each for $100, okay, and then 35 and 35, okay, would be $170 for a family of four. Okay, we would max that out, so if you were more than a family of 5, okay, we wouldn't make you pay any more than $205. Okay, you would contact the school, okay, and then we do have the option of comping people passes. So we do know that there are large families, and we want to try to help everybody out, okay, as best we can. But it would be maxed out at $205. Okay, so that's now the most that a family would pay. Okay, and then allow us to make sure that we're getting the right amount and we're selling the right amount of passes for the right families there. So, any questions on that? I know that's kind of a lot of info.
And then whether it's Dr. Fannerin or you, and in the high school one, they have information on page 32 about sportsmanship. That would not have been on your doc, but that's still in the high school one, so I don't know who wants to reference that, but the board has that. So it's sportsmanship, page 32.
Okay. So on sportsmanship, we have that, the black is what's there, and red, we were going to take out the line, we will subject the individual to subsequent disciplinary action as determined by administration, and instead of sportsmanship violations may result in removal from an event. It's not a guarantee, depending on how we can handle it. But we did want to add this paragraph: if a student must be removed from an extracurricular event at the discretion of the administration or superintendent-approved designee for undesirable conduct, the student will receive a minimum suspension of 1 home contest in the same event. The student will not be permitted to attend away contests in that event until 1 game home suspension is fulfilled. If the removal occurs at the final home contest of the event, the administration will meet to decide an appropriate consequence. Escalating behavior or needing the assistance of the school SRO or law enforcement may result in a longer suspension.
Like I said, we know we're going to come back to the cell phone one, so while Dr. Van Reen's up here, so for the off-campus career program handbook.
So again, this is fairly new. We're really just finishing 2 years of having this book. So it's growing and changing, and it will continue to do that as we run into things that we forgot and want to make sure that we have good communication for parents. So around behavior choices, we just wanted to make sure that we added, if there was a consequence off campus, that there also may be a consequence at school as a follow-up, depending on the situation. We're going to try to use GroupMe to add another layer of communication for students. Their schedules change a lot. There's a lot of differences when we're working with other buildings, with other schools and weather, all of that. I know not all the time kids are getting on their email. We try to do all those email and Skyward updates, but we thought maybe GroupMe would be helpful for students. As those programmings have grown, so have the needs that they're asking of kids. So it is a Fort Scott class, so any of those extra materials or fees, those students will need to pick up, and we didn't have that in there prior to that. We do have a desire to make sure we know if kids are in attendance and get on the bus and return to school. So we're trying to continue to work to find that best way to account for students as they get on and travel. So we have a plan through student services and for those kids that leave early. And we'll continue to add activities through Zello so all students get that IPS part, even though most of the time they're not in our buildings during that. So Mr. Chapman's done a nice job of working with students to still complete that. Those calendars are not current. We'll get those when those schools provide those. So we'll make sure current calendars get on there so everyone can access those. So that's it for the off-campus learning.
And then not a handbook, but, well, it is a handbook, but not a student handbook, but a classified handbook. Kristen Copeland is, I must have ran out of staples, so get this to you. She asked the board to review, so just, that's all one, make sure you hang on to that. So classified or hourly, she does a really nice job of updating and reviewing. So she wanted to share. So that's one, if you can hand that all the way down.
This is just one.
Sorry about that. There's one. Copier must have ran out of space.
Are we sure? I was like, I can hold it.
Thank you.
Everyone have one?
Yep. I need one.
Oh, there you go. I have one. So, obviously, there's a lot in this. I just put in there, just like the principles, just the information that needs to be discussed, and Kristen Copeland has thoughts on with the change. So if you go to where you see the yellow, which is on page 6, under leaves, absences, and vacations, if it's in yellow and not with a strike through, you can see she would like to add that. And then like D, she has changed that to have a strike through. And vacation. Emergency school closings, of course, we had the most this year than we've had. And so our 12-month employees, we do need them to come in and help get the schools and the parking lots and everything ready for when Mother Nature and the county roads and everything else allow us to come back. And so we've struggled with hourly staff coming in and fulfilling that need, because if we can't have our parking lots or sidewalks ready, it doesn't matter what everyone else's sidewalks or roads look like. And so we've put information in there that hopefully we can get all staff that need to report. So that only affects the 12-month employees, so our year-round custodians, not our, secretaries, food service, which are considered 10-month employees. And then on top of page 13, that is state statute, but for any public employee, just not schools, but if they've worked for a school district for 10 or more years, they can remain on district medical plan. We've had that in there, but it did not just say medical plan, and so there were some staff members thought they could maybe stay on our dental, eye, voluntary benefits, which they can't, but they are still allowed to stay on our medical plan. So that just cleaned that up, added medical, so we know it's health insurance. And then on page 15, on time records. And then finally, striking out on telephone calls, the long distance bills will be reviewed. And then I guess on 22, about tobacco, is adding on school property as well.
On page 13, employees that have worked for the district for 10 or more years that retire. Is that trying to say that you retire with CAPERS benefits, or what's the definition of retire?
I don't want to misspeak. I'm trying to think if they worked for us for 10 years and retire. I assume that would mean with CAPERS benefits, but I can clean that up for next month. Because that was put in the 90s, I believe, by the state legislature. Like it says not for just school districts, it's for county, city, any public entity in Kansas. So I believe it's when you qualify for CAPERS, but I will get that, make sure that, because if you weren't retiring, you would be resigning, because say you retire, then your CAPERS usually makes employees say the word retirement versus resigning, but I will make sure on that one.
Okay, appreciate it.
CAPERS. So now I think, or definitely visiting with Mr. Foote, like high school, and I guess Megan to come back up and kind of discuss cell phones and where we'd like to potentially see a policy go for that. So Dr. Van Reen, if you pull back the high school one, she did have a new cell phone policy in there. She had looked at other school districts. Hers, just to summarize, would be that no phones will be out during the academic time. They would still be allowed before school, after school, lunch, those non-instructional times, but the phones will be need to be put away during instructional time. So if you go back to the high school, it's on, starts on page 5 in purple there is where her two-page document goes into place, so. Of course, at the middle school, cell phones are to be put away all day in their lockers. And that's currently what Ms. Hankins was still proposing, unless the board would like that to be changed, so. The board wants any discussions regarding cell phones?
I've looked into this quite a bit, and the state actually did, I don't know if it was a
Screen time committee.
The screen time committee. They had teachers, administrators, students, I think school board members on this committee, and they recommended, that each school district work on a school or a cell phone policy in their schools where you're limiting their time on the cell phones. So that's where I started at. And then I started digging deeper and looking into a lot of different, not only in Kansas, but across the United States, different policies. And the one that I liked the best was there's a device, or it's called a Yonder. It's a pouch. I know that, some districts have where you put your cell phone up at the front of the classroom. That's a problem because, what happens if somebody grabs the wrong cell phone or somebody breaks somebody's cell phone or something like that? The Yonder pouches, the schools that are using those have really seen a lot of positive feedback from their students. They're seeing a lot. Basically, when you come into the building, that day, you put your phone in a pouch and you shut it, and you can't open it again until there's a powerful magnet that you have to scan it by to open it. So that cell phone would be locked away the entire day. The student will still have it on their body with them. They could put it in their locker, whatever they want to do with it. But they're not going to have access to it. And the schools that have done this have seen a lot more engagement with the students, interactions in classes, grades have gone up, and that's where I'm going with this. I don't see a reason why they need them during the day, while they're in school.
Well, I think that you would find agreement with our staff that I think we're ready for a policy that's across the board. That wasn't an idea that anyone had, so no one's discussed that, so I can't speak to what people think about that. I know we do use the pouches in several rooms, and they're not a problem. They work. Kids they know which phone is theirs. They don't touch other people's phones. They pretty much do a nice job with that. That would allow them to have that break between classes and at lunch with their phones, though, which we felt like as a staff would be really hard to police if we said, no phones all day, but only pouches during classes. So your device, would fix that problem that we just didn't think we could police throughout the day.
Yeah, I think this would be a lot less policing.
Yes.
And I've been to events where these are required. Brian told me he went to a concert at the T-Mobile Center where you put them in. It sounds like it's a lot, but it's not. When you're done, you go up to this station and you're able to unlock the device, and you put the pouch in a bin and you take your phone out.
Or the pouch could actually be, purchased, and it is the student, so the
Sure,
student needs
it
to
could be
hang
that.
on to that and just put it in a backpack.
We could do that too.
I know Ms. Studeville sits on the site council, and she had shared, and when this was discussed at site council, then a student who's a student representative, he did a survey, and so I think you have some of that information if you want to synthesize what was shared.
Would you like copies
Yeah,
of them first?
Do you know that pouch, does it also hold their accessories, like their earbuds and smartwatches? It'd hold everything
Any
in?
electronic device used for
So like
communication.
you had all of it can go in one
Yep.
pouch? Okay.
Apple Watch, whatever.
Everything.
So this, Joe Aaron just, and then you visited with her, thought, get the students' perspective on, this survey that was sent out, so, they have the one that says what grades are currently in. Amy, do you wanna start with that one?
Sure. So, I had asked, I had let our student representative know that this would be a topic for our meeting the following day, just so, they could be prepared. And, this was an overnight survey, so a pretty good response from one evening for students and even for staff after hours. And, it just talks about, how strict they think it is. You can kind of see all the different, questions that were asked. I think that when talking with, different students, you're going to get different perceptions for sure from everybody. The great students that can manage a phone and do homework and accomplish things are different than kids that are distracted easily. So I think there was some nice feedback from both the students and the staff. Everyone did feel that they would be more productive with the policy from the students, which is impressive.
And then the second one I handed out, 15 responses, that's for staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's interesting to me on the survey, on the student one, is how often would you say you're on your phone during school? And they put check screen time settings, and we have 46% of the students saying they're on there 1 to 2 hours a day. And then another 11%, 2 to 3 hours a day. That's
And I don't-
like alarmingly high numbers in my mind when we're at school. You know what I'm saying? Like when we're literally counting minutes and education, educational time, so.
Well, and I think just with more and more studies coming out on the effective screen time on
I think,
emotional health and everything.
I think a good point was made at our last board meeting when we had the roundtables out there, that a parent said that they checked their students' screen time, and the most screen time they had during the day was during school hours. And so I went home and I checked my son's, and the most he's on his phone during the day is during school hours. And that's a problem. They're here to learn, not to be on their phones.
I think it would be worth looking into the Yonder, Y-O-N-D-E-R? Is that right?
I don't think there's
What's the pouches called, Jim?
The what?
What's the,
The Yonder, I believe, is
How do you
the one that I've looked
how do you
at.
spell that?
Y-O-N-D-E-R, I think, or
Okay.
Y-O-N-D-R or something like that.
Okay. I think it would definitely be worth looking into those for the district, but until then, I think this sounds great.
Because if that's the board's direction, then, obviously, that would be the policy and procedures. Kids walk in, they put them in there, then, as you see on page 5, then the administration would need to develop consequences for that, and they have that in this, but whether it's the same consequences you see on what Dr. Van Reen was going to share with, if they didn't have them out and they put them in the calculator pouches in the back of the room. So I think it'd be, if that is the direction the board would like to take, then I think Dr. Van Reen needs to then make those consequences fit that first, second, third, fourth infraction.
So one thing that we did learn from the schools that we talked to, the consequences are pretty steep right away in taking things that are important to them, like even having the phone at all, to losing finals opt-outs, which they love, and like the quick and pretty harsh consequences, we're steering the kids from that use. So whatever the rule was, when we were at that, those were what we were finding was, once that wasn't just like a 30-minute detention, 30-minute detention, you know, it was first time, it was already something, and the second time, it was already even worse. So like it just, that was helping from the schools that were doing some stiffer policies. Which is what we outlined in there.
Is this, as you've, talked to other schools or looked at the studies, is this something that you would like to see?
I think consistency, our building is ready for consistency. It really puts our teachers against each other from a kid's perspective, because we have some that do allow and some that don't, and I think that's a battle that gets hard. So I think having a policy that's clear, that has black and white areas where we can reinforce and provide consequences when needed would be really helpful. I think this, and the staff, every group that we've been in so far with staff has said, it's time, we're ready.
I saw, and I can't remember if it was one of our teachers, but I saw a teacher post something, a study they did in their classroom one day, where the kids had to document every time they had some kind of a notification on their phone during that class period. And I was blown away at how many notifications those kids were getting. And what really got me thinking about it was, my son and my wife and I were sitting at the kitchen table one Sunday with a couple of his friends, and we were just playing cards, just, quiet Sunday afternoon. And the kids all had their phones turned off or muted, but they were constantly going off. And I could not imagine being a teacher and hearing all those vibrations. It would be very distracting, not only for me as a teacher, but for the other students. And I think we're going to find that this is going to be very beneficial to our school.
Like they mentioned, I sit on the high school site council, and one of the teachers that's on the site council, something that she mentioned is, she has a no phones policy, but kids will get sat down and they'll be texting, and she's like, okay, it's time to put your phones away. And they're like, no, I'm texting my parents. Well, first of all, it's probably not really their parent, but then, you've got that kid that she's having to deal with, and then you've got the kid who has their earbuds in, and are they really listening to you, or are they listening to music the whole time? So she's like, you just have all these little battles that you're fighting, trying to get the kids' attention, and you're wasting valuable class time. So, yeah, something that just immediately when they walk in, they go into, so they're ready to learn.
What
What
do the parents on the site council say about cell phones?
We didn't get through all of the parents because we ran out of time, but there were 3 that were really vocal. And I believe one of them, he said, I guess I'm like an old man in the whole get off my lawn. He's like, I don't want phones in the school. He's like, it's not the place
No
for them.
opposition from parents?
Not any that talked. Like I said, that was at the very end of our site council. But no, there was no one passionately saying we have to keep phones, other than the student in the room.
Well, sure.
Yeah. And he made valid points though. He's like, we're used to having them. He's like, it's a part of us. He's like, we're from a different generation. And he's not wrong, but yeah.
I know the consistency is going to be the big thing, because I've heard teachers say, I really don't want them in my room, but the kids are arguing with them over it. Now that it was a straight across the board policy, then they can all, don't have to worry about the hassle and all that.
Did you have something, Megan?
Well, I would ask that as you think through this process, if you would think about potentially considering the middle school staying as is, and I don't know if you feel like it needs to be consistent with high school, middle school, but if I were to count on 2 hands how many times that a phone has come to our office that it's been seen or taken, it'd be less than that. We just don't have any cell phone issues, because when they come in, they have to put them in their lockers. Like, they can't have them in their on their body. So, I mean, if they're seen at all on their bodies, they are taken. And so I don't, as long as I've been there 2 years, we haven't had any issues with kids being on their phones from 8 o'clock until 3:05.
And I understand what you're saying there. The problem I have is being more strict at the high school level. We're strict at the grade school level where they're not allowed at all. And then we get less lenient at the middle school and then get more strict at the high school. It just seems like, and I know they're still getting on them at times. They're good at hiding it. And I'm not doubting what you're saying. It's just kids will figure out a way. So I think if we're going to do it, I want to do it at the middle school and the high school.
Are you talking about doing the yonder
Yes.
pouches? Or we're not talking about doing this then anymore?
I'm talking about the yonder pouches.
Have we priced those? Like, do we know what that looks like?
I looked into it a little bit. I think they were around $10 to $12 a piece. Obviously, buying them in bulk, you get them cheaper. They really specialize in schools and concert venues and places like that. So they're pretty inexpensive, really.
I have a couple of questions and a couple of observations. From what I've seen, it's really not a phone. It's a computer that also has a phone on it. It has so many things that it does, and I think there's a lot of kids that it's an addiction. I think it's having that phone next to them. So trying to go to something different with harsh penalties in the beginning, I think it's going to be difficult. The other thing is I don't see any exceptions. So like, one, if you have a teaching exception where they're using their phone for research, is that possible?
Well, we have one-to-one devices, and so we really don't.
I'm sorry, I can't.
We have one-to-one devices, so with every student in a Chromebook, we really shouldn't need another source. So students have a device for research and homework and different things.
I think there should be some kind of an exception for if you have like a medical app, like for, say,
Sure.
if you have a kid
And we already do that.
that's diabetic.
Yeah, and those are on individual health plans, and those are already documented.
Right.
That's all I have.
I mean, and that's really what's in front of the board, and then we'll take directive and move forward and bring back. So what Dr. Van Reen has shared is the consistency. So now it's not that this teacher can allow them, this teacher can't. It'll be uniform, and then the consequences are there. So we're going from a policy now that it's if a teacher says you can have them, you can have them. If a teacher says no, you need to put them away. And, I know I've heard Mr. Smith say for a while that's a struggle, and I think you've heard Dr. Van Reen say, yeah, that pits teacher against teacher. So the policy she's presented is that during instructional time, they're gone or there's consequences, but the kid could still have them before school, during passing, and at lunchtime. The pouch, which we don't have, but if that's what we need to do, obviously I need to look at the pricing and how that would all work. But that would be when a kid walks in, whether the front door, the bus entrance, down at the athletic entrance, that they are required to put those in the pouch. And the only way they get rid of those is when they leave. So if a kid leaves early, because they're not full-time, they're going to go buy one of those magnets and undo them, or at 3 o'clock when they leave. So we just need, because we can build the handbook and the policies and procedures for either way, but what you have here was that she brought, let's be consistent, which is a step, obviously, in the right direction. But if we want to go to the next step, we can do it. We need to make sure that these consequences would match that. Maybe they do. We'd have to look at that. So that's kind of where from a board standpoint, with no action tonight, but we have action then to do to go back, and then if the middle school's the same, how that, even Mr. Foote and I talked, if we go that way, you know, and I'd need to talk to these companies, potentially do the teachers need them in the classroom, for if they're, God forbid, but we hope not, but if there's an emergency, then, you know, that we just can't have the unlocking systems down here at the front entrance. That in an ideal school setting works, or as they're going down to get ready for basketball practice. But if there's a situation where students need to get a hold of their parents in an emergency situation, you know, a lockdown, different things like that, would we, and I don't even know what these devices look like, but, you know, does each teacher have one so they can help the students unlock those in the classroom?
I just have a quick comment. I don't think going from the way it is now to what Jim's talking about is, I think it'd be too much. I think we should have a grace period, maybe try what she's suggesting before we go into this yonder. But that's just my opinion. I think some kids are pretty responsible and will hopefully adapt to this, and it wouldn't be a problem after that. And then maybe if we had to, we could go to the next step. But that's just me.
Sorry, can you refresh me on the middle school policy again? I don't have it in front of me.
Middle school policy is that when they enter the building, they can have them on their body. And when the bell rings at 7:55, they have to put them in their locker, and stay in their locker until 3:05 bell. Our kids do not have them at lunch. They do not have them in the hallways. They do not have them. And if we see them on their bodies, or we were to hear them, the teacher would take them, they bring them to the office, and then we document. And if they get to the office the very first time at the end of the day at 3:05, they can come get them. If it happens a second time, we ask that their parents come get them. If it happens a third time, then it would be Friday night school. But one time in 2 years, we have a parent that had to come get them. And like I said, we have less than 10 a year actually make it to the front office. And sometimes it doesn't matter why.
So
but yes.
you can't get caught on them. If can't get in your locker and be on them during passing then.
You cannot.
Yes.
Nope, and
So
teachers are all in the hallways, and there every now and again, one of those 10 times that they are taken, if a teacher sees that, they will take it. But you cannot open your locker and get on your phone.
I have a middle schooler, her third year there, and she's pretty obsessed with her phone. It's a fight daily at my house, and I've never gotten the text messages when we're at school. I mean, I think the middle school is pretty.
I think we're pretty
on
locked down,
with
but
it. Yeah.
So where middle school would have those is as they walk in. So a student walks in from the bus or parent at 7:30 and either goes eats breakfast or goes to the auditorium, they are on their phones. Where Ms. Hankins says then at the take-up bell at 7:55, and then as they're walking to class by 8 o'clock, they're to be in their locker. So, which then goes back to what Ms. Foot's saying, because if we're going to go with the pouches here, they're going to be expected as soon as they walk in to put them in there, versus the middle school, unless that is changed, would not be able to have them out as well.
The high school, most kids don't use the locker anymore, right? And that would, you pretty much, they have one, but they don't use them.
That's correct.
Correct.
So, that would be the only, like, if we adopted the middle school policy and went that direction, it wouldn't be applicable then.
They'd have to be in their
Which,
backpack or
that's not what,
something.
yeah, exactly, that's not what we want.
I feel like the middle school, it's if it's not broke, don't fix it type of situation. Seems like it's working for you guys, yeah.
In the middle school, can they go and check their phones at the locker during the day?
If we see them with their phone at their locker, we will take it. So the answer to that is no, they should not be checking their phone in the middle of the day. If they come up often and say, hey, can I call home? We say absolutely, and they have to go to the front office. But they can't check their phone, they can't be on their phone, they can't see. If we see their phone, if a teacher sees their phone outside of their locker, whether it be in their hands or whatever, then we would take that.
Okay.
Did I answer that correctly?
Do what?
Did I answer that correctly?
Well, you didn't answer if they had it in the locker, could they look at it?
No, they cannot.
Okay. Thank you.
When did we adopt that? Is that 2 years ago?
The middle school policy's
That's
been
been-
in
that was
place
a long
probably since the invention of cell phones.
Okay.
The high school, I
It's
don't.
2 years ago.
Yeah, kind of teacher discretion, maybe a couple of years ago. Actually, I think it was before, because I think like one of first of Dr. Van Reen's board meetings, she was presented it, and I think she shared with the board, give her time. Because I think she was fresh, and I think she was presented her thoughts and everything, and so, if I can recall that a couple of years ago.
It was your very first board meeting.
Yeah. Hats and cell phones.
Yeah. I personally kind of agree with Rob on maybe trying this first and seeing how that goes, and then if it's not able to be maintained, then look into the pouches, maybe.
That would be my thoughts too.
I think
You mean
students would
kind of
appreciate that.
Versus what he says, that what she
Right.
said.
Jennifer, are you saying adopt the middle school policy?
No, I think leave middle school, my opinion would be leave middle school as is. It seems like that's working for them.
No, but I'm saying, are you saying the high school adopt the middle school policy?
No, the high school adopt what Dr. Van Reen has presented to us tonight.
And what that is so kids walk in this building, they have it before school, passing periods, and at lunch. But those academic times, not just the core academic times, but their advisory and their Wildcat time, they're away as well. So during learning and instructional time, they are not out, which is currently how some teachers do it, but not all. And so it'd be consistent. And also, we don't, especially at the high school level, we don't buy handbooks, like we used to. So this is an online handbook. They discuss it with the kids. They can see it on their Chromebook. So it doesn't have to be, we have to put this in place for an entire year. If they do this and they see it's not working, you guys feel, it could be brought up even though next school year, this change could start being, we could have these conversations in November, December. It could change to the other one in January. I don't want you to think that it has to be an entire year as well.
You mean we could change it to the pouch if we stay with it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's not,
Or whatever.
you have the ability to do that, and then administration would have to communicate that with parents and students, that new expectation. But, in the olden days, when you were doing this, we were actually getting hold of a agenda company and writing that, and so that would potentially be a little issue that the kids would have printed. But now, it's just, we update online, and that's correct, Dr. Van Reen, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
But it's whatever the board wishes to do, and
What would be your recommendation?
I think that, like I said, I think we're ready for a change. I think we're ready for something a little stronger with some teeth. I think that if kids knew they had a pouch coming, if they couldn't follow this rule, I think that we would see a big change. If they knew that was what was next, if we couldn't figure this one out, so.
Did you have something, Lanny?
I just making sure that when their smartwatches and wireless earbuds and everything would be put in the carrier.
Yes.
Yeah, and then-
Yeah, and then they shouldn't work when everything else is put away, so hopefully everything would be away so they couldn't use that, for sure.
To Jim's point once, though, what if you gotta have them on silent or whatever?
Right,
call it
and
right
some of the
because-
classes battle that now. I mean, when they have pouches, they, sometimes they put them in and the flashlight's on, and we gotta go turn off the flashlight, that, things like that happen. But kids do pretty well. They'll turn them off and silence them and put them in.
Is passing just in the hallway? And once you step into the classroom, it's
Correct.
done? Because, I could see them be like, well, class hasn't started. It hasn't started for 3
Right,
minutes.
I'm
sitting
sure
in the
there'll be
classroom."
like a bell that would designate that time, that it's time for them to be in. The ones that have them now, all have them right next to their doors, so it feels like a process that the kids have already picked up on, that they come in and they place them.
I do think we need I would be interested in knowing the cost of, at some point what that is, so we have an idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and And so just to something, just so we're clear, so, we're gonna obviously move forward with what's presented, and obviously if there's any changes, but it would be obviously uniform at the high school, not do anything with the middle school. Collectively, that's what I heard from the board.
Sounds good to me
And I
right
will
now.
get information on the,
And like you say, we can always switch it
yeah,
at some point if it's
So
not.
we're not gonna look into what the president asked to look into?
He's gonna check the price.
What are we gonna move for, what are we collectively moving forward on?
The way the policies, the way that Dr. Van Reen has presented it.
And what does move forward mean?
that next month, it would be as an action item that, as far as just a cell phone discussion, that as written in here, students would at the high school, could have it before school, during passing period, at lunch, and after school, but during instructional time, so all the blocks, the advisory wildcat time, they would not be able to have it out, and then the consequences are laid out in here.
So it would be available to adopt next meeting, next month. And if it is adopted, when would it be instituted?
Next school year.
Okay, thank you.
When you check on the price of those pouches, check on the price of the stations and see if they have like a mobile one that, you know, can be carried, you know, by a teacher.
Okay.
And do they need to check on something at the office to lock them, or they lock on?
They
self-lock. As soon as you close them.
It's like a strong magnet. It's kind of like what, like.
But what undoes them at the end of the day? It just goes.
It's, there's a.
So you've got to touch it and then.
Oh, just touch it,
Yeah,
okay.
it's kind of like the same concept like when you go to a store and there's a tag on a piece of,
Oh, I got you.
then they gotta scan it across the, it's like a strong
Okay,
magnet
just a
that
scanner
releases
type,
it.
okay.
Okay. 4.5, review of baseball, softball.
4.4.
Oh, sorry. 4.4, review of proposed fee changes.
Okay, always in conjunction with handbook changes, I asked the buildings, so from the building administration to staff, to coaches, to sponsors, any potential updates on fees, so I can bring those to the board as well. We strive very hard every year to keep fees from increasing, and I think this year, you're definitely going to see that. There's nothing in this world, as you know, that's not costing more. So from textbooks to buses to, you know, basketballs, you name it. But I also know if we can absorb those increases in our budget, we need to strive to do that. So as you see at the top, material fees, no recommendation to change those. Lunch and breakfast prices are highlighted. We get that information from the feds, and so it is too early. And every year we discuss this, and so those prices will potentially change, but I don't know exactly what those are. If I have those, if Katie's able to get there's a form, because what happens is the feds have to release what the free and reduced prices are, so the income limits, we haven't received those yet. And so it really but then once all that's sent out, we put in information and it populates what an elementary price, a secondary price, a breakfast price is. And so the only change you see up there is now that it's in bold underline, but now that we serve lunch out at Circle Grove, that used to just say grades K-5, but now you can see bold and underline that says grades pre-K-5. I know, I think I saw it somewhere about, I don't know, about maybe a staff member saying, you know, I pay more, but I don't get more food. So you can see our current adult price is $4.35, and then grades 9 through 12 is $3.30, so about $1 more. Well, the price that you see as the adult meal, through this calculation, that is telling school districts that is so whether you have your own food service or like we contract with OPA, the formula tells everyone that's what the price, that's what it costs to make a meal, $4.35. Then we get subsidies through the federal government. So that food program is a federal title program. And then obviously you get more subsidies for a kid that qualifies for a reduced and free lunch. So I know sometimes you hear that as a teacher, like, I paid $1.05 more, shouldn't I get an extra cheeseburger? I wish we could, and they can get a second entree that's listed on here, but that's, so like if that $4.35 next year goes to $4.45, that is what it cost us to make a lunch. And so that's what we're required to charge a parent that comes in and eat, or that's what we're required to charge our adults as well. So I don't know where I just saw that on some survey or something, but teacher said like maybe they want to know why they didn't get more. But just so everyone knows, that price that you see as an adult for breakfast and in lunch is what it truly costs. Transportation fees, obviously it does not get any cheaper. As you guys know, as we approve buses and just the wear and tear on buses, but not increasing our transportation fees. Preschool, there's a little yellow there, but not increasing our early childhood preschool or childcare. Mr. Tappan presented to me that although we're in average childcare, we didn't have the childcare fee in there. And so that $300 per month is not increasing. That's what it was this year. We just didn't have it in there. And then we used to have the 3-day there. We haven't offered the 3-day this year. And so that just would need to be strike through. The pay to participate, that in the middle is not changing as well. Mr. Fawnin still talked about the activity passes, so those are actually going down. It was 50, it's 35, it was 80, it's going down to 50, and no longer a family pass. On the back side, not much yellow at all. If you look at the right side, as you know with certifications with Mr. Morgan and now the replacement for him and then Mr. Hirons, we've had to change some pathways with some certifications. So we still offer welding. We still offer welding obviously at the STARS program. But it's now has to be called ag welding because we have agriculture certification teachers. We don't have industrial arts teachers. And so we're still going to have welding, but it's not in the industrial technology department anymore. It's under ag. And you can see actually that's going down $20. So the welding fee was $50. Next year will be $30. The only increased fee is FBLA. Mrs. Lane can't control that. That $20 is local, state, and national dues. So if you're an FBLA, it's $20, but she just received that as well. So I'm very pleased that, we can continue to do this with escalating prices as parents enroll their children next year. They will not see an increase. In fact, some of these, you can see will be a decrease depending on what their children enroll in. We have to continue to monitor these, but anytime I can bring to you that we're not increasing these prices and pass them on to families, I know is very important. So, any questions on that?
Could we take like a 5 or 10 minute recess?
Pardon?
Could we take like a 5 or 10 minute recess?
Yeah, are we done? Does anybody have any questions?
Once you're done with that, sorry.
Does anybody got any questions on the fees? I move we go into recess for 5 minutes and we return to the meeting at 9:12.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to go into, or to recess the meeting until 9:12. Is there any further discussion?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed.
ready? Okay, 4.5, reviews of baseball, softball, RFP.
Okay, months ago, when this was discussed, I was instructed to work with our professionals to bring the RFP for a potential baseball, softball complex. It took a lot of time. Our three main professionals would be Hollis and Miller, our architects, Smith and Boucher, our mechanical engineers, and then MKC, our civil engineers. Also with that, staff meetings, so we had meetings with coaches, AD, and other staff were involved in this as well. So you have two documents in front of you. You have a projected schedule and timeline. Sharing that with the board tonight, since I have now received this. And you can see I received this last week, February 28th. They are working with the city through the Planning Commission to get it approved. That is not till March 26th. So after tonight, you can see that Hollis and Miller, typically they don't go out to bid till after the city approval in case there's any changes. So they've already submitted information, and I saw today where the city, even before the meeting, they're going back and forth, making sure everything is according to their laws and regulations. Then the drawings would go out to bid, and then those will be due on the 24th of April. We would look at those, visit with potential contractors, and then bring those to the board for approval in May if the board so chooses to do this work. Construction could start late summer, fall of 2025, and substantial completion of the ball fields would be by February of 2026. So the baseball and softball could actually participate on these fields a year from this time. As was discussed, and to try to do what we need to do for our kids that play baseball and softball, but also at a cost and scope that would hopefully be attainable. We not only have a base bid and many alternates that you see on page 2 and page 3, but we're utilizing our existing parking lots at the middle school and also at the staff parking lot. So nowhere in here will we be building parking lots, especially associated with the base bid, which is the new baseball and softball field north of Wildcat Drive. If some of the alternates are accepted that are on the south side or our existing baseball and softball field, we would, because of ADA and just accessibility, have to do some additional parking lot pavement for those sites as well. But we'd first have to see, and that would be alternate one you see down there to provide those, because we can't play in those fields and have competition if they're not ADA accessible, and currently they're not. Also is to utilize the existing middle school facilities as far as restrooms and bathrooms. So this does not have a field house like years ago we built the soccer field house, but this does currently not have it in there, and because that would come at a cost as well. Also, as we discussed, this RFP has the ability to be dependent on what bids come back, that the district can pull certain items out and bid those separately or get a bid separately from contract pricing. So an example of that would be bleachers. This will go out to the contractors. They will contact bleacher companies. If their bid is what I know I can get a hold of Heartland Seating and get bleachers for the same price, then that's fine. But if it would be higher, then we could go direct with Heartland Seating or Athco scoreboards, or some of the light companies as well. There's also turf companies on there as well. This will be a hard bid, so it won't be like, there's other ways that projects can be done, construction manager agency, construction manager at risk. So this would be a hard bid as well. When the bids come in, just like we've done on past lease purchases, this would go to now our 5 local banks, since we have a 5th bank, to see who would potentially give us the best terms over that. That would also be brought back to you guys in May, but obviously I can't send that to the banks or engage in them until I see what the potential price is as well. So just like our other times we've done it, we do want to keep the money local as well. This project will be totally funded out of existing capital outlay dollars. Capital outlay is capped at 8 mills, and so we cannot raise the mill rate to pay for this. So it'll be out of our existing budget. It will not, it's not a bond issue. It will not increase the mill rate. And so we will work through our existing budget to help pay for this. I know several things that I know Mr. Prettyman brought up, and I just heard kind of quickly, and I had a conversation with Tony right before the meeting, and so didn't have, you know, a lot of time to talk to our professionals, but I did get a hold of them on some of those concerns. One on the orientation of the fields. So the orientation of the fields, as you see there, those are the proper orientation that baseball and softball fields are supposed to be. Also with the drainage there, especially going around the baseball field to the east and the north, there's a lot of drainage that goes that way, and so it would be difficult to change the orientation. One, it is the proper way that especially varsity fields are supposed to be played. The city is also going to have a landscape thing, so we're going to be required to plant trees, and if so inclined, we could even plant more trees. Another way, if we turn those and so they are facing the residents, it actually potentially is louder for the residents, because right now the fans are cheering away from the residents. If you flip those around, especially on a smaller softball field, there's not that many feet, the fans will be actually yelling into the residents. Also, these fields are going to be elevated. There's actually going to be a retaining wall, so these fields are going to be higher than you see on that ground as currently as well, which should help as well. The lights, no different than our lights on our current soccer field and baseball field, or excuse me, soccer and football field. They are directional, so they're just right on the field. There's not light leakage or whatever you call it to spill off. The old lights, if you think about like our high school football field, they used to be lights that look like this, so they shine directly into neighborhoods over there. They don't do that now. Now the light goes right on the fields with whatever lighting company we would use. Our current lights at those 2 fields are Musco. Musco will have the ability to bid this, but other light companies as well. Also, there would be an additional cost. I was told by the professional I talked to delay this. We would need to pay more for them to do that, and then also potentially not have the time frame allowable for us to potentially play on these baseball and softball fields next school year as well. So I had a good conversation with Tony, but I just did want to share some of those things. It was quick because I called him and talked to him probably at 5:15 or 5, and was able to still get a hold of MKC and discuss some of those concerns as well. He did mention about the no parking, which I understand. So in our plan to the city, I would like to add those. Currently, patrons cannot park along there, but their concern's valid. If we build it, will they come and will they park there? And so we own both sides of Wildcat, so we could say no parking on either side of the east-west road. On the north-south road, from his parents to the middle school, on our property side, which would be the east side if you're going north, we could put those there as well and work with the city. We did that years ago, where we have signs up that say the city police can enforce our rules, our regulations as well. So we would get support from the city police as well. So the only road that we don't have authority would be on the west side of Countryside, so by the church and that neighborhood as well. So I think that's definitely within reason, and I did mention that to our civil engineers who are working through this with the city, and he said absolutely they could add that as well. So.
And I think one of Tony's questions was, what is PBV fence?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So that is the fence, and then you did say that it's, you don't see through it, so it's more, in fact, we could write like Louisburg Wildcats on it, and so that fencing, and then you see it also, it comes in at 6 feet, but also an alternate is to put it's alternate 6 there on page 2, is to make that 8 feet tall as well. So the base bid will have that outfield fence and that net, that screening, I guess, call it. So no different, like on our soccer field, you know, if you go to a soccer game, they have that back there saying Louisburg Soccer. So it'd be fencing material that looked like, so more of a screening, I guess you would call it. And then, so based off 6 foot or 8 foot would be that alternate for alternate 6 that you see there. But we would just need to see the different pricing on that.
If we're talking about 2 mills, what do you think the extent of the borrowing would be?
Yeah, you know, until I get that, I don't even want to speculate. I mean, obviously, I think that's why we put a lot of bid alternates that, depending on the price, I sure hope we can do the base bid. And then whether we just have to budget and slowly do these other ones, or maybe we can do a few of these alternates. Yeah, I just don't know, and I don't want to, you know, share a number that's way off. I've never done this before, but I do like how we're proceeding with one. Like I said, just we're not doing a 4-plex. We're doing 2. We're utilizing as many existing facilities as we have, so I think that's commendable. But I mean, definitely, if we need 4 fields, that base bid to get our new baseball and softball field is where we start. And then I hope, as well as anyone, that we can also get those, our 2 current fields. And so that's another, we're trying to get as much as we can on those. We're not touching those fields, and we're not touching the fencing of those. But those 2 existing fields, there's no way to get down to them safe, and there's no, obviously, anything to play on those. There's no scoreboard, lights, dugouts, bleachers, any of those things, and so those are all placed in there. You also see shipping containers for the dugouts. So for dugouts, well, we could do 3 different kinds of dugouts. The most expensive would be CMU dugouts. So that's that concrete block. I mean, it's in schools, but it's not in here. But so make the entire thing as CMU walls. Then you could just do like, I guess, out at Lewis Young, where it's especially on the softball side, not the baseball. But we built those dugouts. Mr. Kazitz built the 2, and students built the 2 on A field out at Lewis Young for a project years ago. But you could just do chain link fence, or you can do shipping containers. And so you do see that in the one picture. They actually look, as when they paint them and clean them up, look very professional. A lot of school districts and a lot of places are using those. It's also on the visitor side would be where the score operator would set, the announcer, and for baseball, the pitch count person. On the home side is where so the picture you see there with the guy, that would be like where the announcer and the scorers table is sitting. On the other side would be the same setup, which is with a door, and that would be for storage. So they can have different, you know, whatever they need for practice as well. The base bid would be for artificial turf in the infield, and then what they call the wings, which you see that in the picture. We'd also have an alternate for turf in the outfield. If that's allowed in the price and in the concept, that would do wonders for many programs, from band to when we're having a football game. Soccer can practice out there, or when soccer's having a game that has to be on the turf because of weather, football can practice out there. Our PE departments could be out there. Families and kids could be out there. I mean, no different than our existing football field. After the musical yesterday, I drove by our turf field, and many of you do. I mean, that thing is always has kids out there, which is so awesome. There were probably 40 kids and family members out there yesterday. And so we would have the similar thing with these two fields as well. So a lot of flexibility, but we would have to see on the pricing of that. That would also change a little bit as far as the drainage and elevation, whether it's a grass infield or whether it's a turf outfield, excuse me, a grass outfield or a turf outfield. But MKC, and they have those ready. It just depends on the price. And so, because those do have different drainage requirements, obviously with natural grass versus the turf on the outfield.
But if we have, if I remember right, two mills would be able to bring in a little over 500,000 a year.
Depends on next year what the assessed valuation is. So right now it'd be 450. And I don't have that, but I think this year was 225. So depending on what our assessed valuation does, yeah, that could be close to that. With all our other lease purchases, so we've done lease purchases 3 times in my tenure here. When we bought our buses, when we did the football turf field, and one time when we bought our first go around with Chromebooks to go 1-to-1. Different banks in town were awarded those. In the RFP to the banks, it says that we have the ability to pay it off early at no penalty. And so that's what we did on those. On the buses, that was a 7-year lease purchase. I believe we paid the buses off at $1.6 million and roughly 3 to 4 years. It allows, as any agency or even your home, you never know how much you're going to have to spend, and no different in schools. But it allows, if we had a healthier year as far as mechanical work, so not as many boilers went down or buses broke down, you name it, then it allows us to prepay some of that. In a year where it just seems like everything broke, no different than your home or business, we would just make the minimum payment. And so it allows extreme flexibility for school districts to provide something for the students in the community at an existing budgetary figure. So yeah, definitely the mill rate is not going to go up. It can't go up. And so it's just, we're going to have to, what items have we been doing that no longer? One big ticket item that will come off that would dedicate some money to this, not the mechanical work. We're still working on that. Obviously, technology, buses, you name it, we still have to do that to keep up. But flooring, we've spent a lot of money on flooring across the district. You've approved the last major one of that, and that is the flooring at Rockville. And so eventually we'll have to look at flooring again, but hopefully by then this is paid off or close to it. So it'll take, and other things could occur too, and other districts that are doing these, and I'm not an opponent or a proponent for, I'm just sharing. I mean, some districts that I know have done big fundraising campaigns, all voluntary, but they've made sizable amount of money on this. We could do advertisement. So on the fencing and others, no different. Louis Young, there's advertisements of businesses out there. That could be one. I know in talking to Mark Williams at First Option through their foundation, they're very interested in supporting as well. Now, whether that's the base bid or that, we say, this is how much it came in, this is how much we can afford, would the foundation at First Option be willing to do some of these alternates. And talking to Mark last week, he felt like that was a really good idea as well. So there's some different ways that we could look at that as well, but I think it just does hinge on how much is the base bid, how much are the alternates, what are the terms. Interest rates, even though interest rates have went up as a government agency entity, we will get a preferred government rate. I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing where most people are in the 6s if you go get a loan, we'll be in the 4s. So that's roughly an inflationary number as well, that you're almost breaking even by doing it versus doing it at chunks at time, especially when you get into, the mobilization charges, the increase of everything. Of course, we don't know what's going on. We're hearing a lot of things from tariffs to the increase of steel and everything, but, by the next 2 months, we'll know a lot more.
What was our capital outlay budget this year? I'm assuming just a little over 2 million.
So, we said we had a maximum capital outlay budget that we could spend 2.2. That was deficit spending the capital outlay. So we brought in total revenue in capital outlay, because remember, our state aid went from 12 to 4%. I could actually see next year our state aid and capital outlay being 0, because our assessed valuation is probably going to continue to increase, which means the 8 mills in capital outlay are all local effort, no more state aid. And so last year, all in, 8 mills with $72,000 of state aid, our revenue for this year in capital outlay was 1.873. So say 1.875 million. We had 1.75 in there. If we spend the 2.275 that you authorized to spend when we set the budget, we would deficit spend the capital outlay budget by over $500,000. And we are deficit spending. Not only that, obviously to pay for our health insurance premiums, our property casualty insurance, we're paying that out of contingency. And so it'll just depend too. I wish I could tell you, but what 1 mill is going to be worth next year, what the state aid is going to be, to give you definite numbers on that. I can't control that. What I can control is working already through a budget on, and I met, and we'll be sending out RFPs soon for the next mechanical updates. Obviously, out of this year's budget, we're recoding and striping the track, and you guys are going to approve an action item, the asphalt bids. We won't have to do that. Probably don't need to buy a tractor and a mower, but there's always going to be things in there. And so we're setting ourselves up to be able to do it out of the existing capital outlay, not to defer things down the road, because that's not what we want to do. So we're not kicking the can of any capital expenses to put this in, because we're still marching along with those mechanical updates and everything else. So I'm not deferring that to buy a bus. I'm not deferring to buy a boiler. I'm not deferring anything to do this. It's we now have some major projects that we've been tackling every year that for a while, take flooring for example, recoating the track, resealing the parking lots, we won't have to do for a while. So that's a lot of money that now we can divert into this project to pay for it. My goal would be that we're able to pay it off early. That saves interest. That allows us to do other projects that come up in the future. But it also allows in lean years that we're able to just make the minimum payment. I hope that doesn't happen, but that allows us that authority. No different than if you go to Nebraska Furniture Mart and you get 18 months. If you have the money, you can pay it off early. If you don't have a month, you make the monthly payment. And so that would be similar with this project as well.
Are we we're ending year 3 of our 10-year maintenance schedule, or are we?
Year 4, and so this RFP that will go out. So we already have work that you guys approved for that's out of this fiscal year. And it was $314,910 plus $51,216.9 in controls. And so the RFP is going out. It will be work that happens this summer, but it'll be for fiscal year 2026, which is 25 to 26, so.
But we're ending the third year of that plan, right, this year? Is that correct? Or
Third or fourth, once again.
I think it's
don't-
the third.
Okay, and so, you know, just like everything, we are tackling that. Each year, though, some items get added, and that's okay. We don't know what's gonna break or potentially what was missed. I'll give you, on this RFP that's gonna go out soon, even though we replaced we thought every unit at Broadmoor, we missed the 2 units that were in the locker rooms. Now, the locker rooms at the middle school or Broadmoor aren't used a lot, but we need to make sure the heating units work, because if heat goes out, there are a lot of pipes in there that we don't want to break. So that's part of that. So it's just things like that sometimes things are missed through a thorough evaluation, or other things come up that, like another thing, Mike Seiferling, Doug Key, and Design Mechanical found out we have these variable drives on our units, and so, or we don't have a lot of variable drives on a lot of our mechanical equipment. So without a variable drive, as soon as that kicks on, it just really socks it hard, and a variable drive allows that gear to slowly speed up, and so that's a lot on this next RFP to do that. So that wasn't on the original scope and sequence, but that we've uncovered that we continue to have to replace these, and these variable drives, as the heating and air turns on, will save us money in the long run as well, so.
So if we send this out to an RFP, then you would have the bids for the next?
Not the next one. They would be here for the May one with financing terms, so the board would know, obviously just with this standalone, what the base bid is, what the alternates would be, and then what bank would, if the board chooses to move forward with, would have the best terms for us from interest rate, payoff, allowing us to pay it off early with no penalty, all of those terms. So that would be presented to you May 12th.
Okay, right.
Would we need to do a specific RFP for the banks for the financing?
Yes, and I do that, and I did that. I just send the same letter, the form letter, to all 5 local banks to keep the money local. You know, if you recall, with the bond issue, now that was different times. That was kind of right in COVID. Local banks were flush with cash, and so we asked the banks, at that time there were only 4 banks, if the banks wanted to keep that money local. There was only 1 bank in town that wanted any of the bond money, and that was First Option. It only took $5 million. All the other money at that time went to Security Bank of Kansas City, a very large bank. This won't be the deal, the situation with this. I believe the local banks will be interested. The ones I have talked to are, and so they'll put their best foot forward to not only, be a good community partner, but to help us out and a good business decision on their part as well. So yeah, that's very similar to how we did those other lease purchases.
I mean, I'd like to see what this would cost. I mean, if we can do this without adding another bond, which I'm completely against adding another bond to our debt. I mean, I would be for this if we can do it within our budget instead of, like I said, I would not be in favor of presenting another bond.
Yeah, and just to be clear to everyone, yeah, this is not another bond proposal. Obviously, we'd have a lot more work and avenue to do on that. This is not to increase the mill rate. We can't increase the mill rate in capital outlay. It is to put this in the confines of our existing budget. And also, as I've reiterated, not to put anything on hold. I still know the items I need to purchase. All those items continue to get more expensive, but I believe we're in a good spot to do that, and this would give us the flexibility to continue to do good things for kids.
When do you think you would be able to find out from Mark Williams how much bids?
That, we can go that approach, or if it's the bid alternates, we'd have to see how much those are. You know, I've even mentioned, you know, with, you know, if it's 3 million I mean, I don't know if that's what it's gonna be, but if would the foundation do 10%, and when I throw out those numbers to him, he feels like they would. So if it's 3 million, they would do 300,000. But then once again, what's that base bid? And then if we're doing these bid alternates, how many can we afford? And then at 300,000, if, I'm just using that as an example, would they be willing to do in the foundation? We're almost past their application window now, but we would still be in line to do these for next year and apply. And obviously, they're gonna be finishing this up in February or March. That's when the bills would be due by the contractors, and so we would have that money from the foundation as well. I don't know, I mean, and maybe we don't have to discuss today, but just things like I've mentioned, those other ways to pay for it. I know, you know, fundraising, I don't wanna probably even tackle that. I just mentioned communities have done that. But I guess the bigger would be advertisement. So out on the outfield walls and our fencing and others, is that something? Not that that's gonna help pay, you know, a ton for it, but every $5,000-$10,000 would help. We do the advertisement with the activities directors, the banners that we see at the football, the basketball, and soccer, but, you know, and so, or this could be different than that. We could add additional to that, but that would just be, you know, probably one way potentially we can do that. Sometimes school districts go as far as naming rights or putting things even into the field. I don't want to potentially do that, but, you know, that you can see, there's a lot of ways that sometimes school districts put these fields in.
I guess personally, I'd like to see what the bid would be, how that would fit into our capital outlay budget, so that we would still be able to do all the maintenance that we have in our plan, so that we don't overextend ourselves. I think that's important, and then go from there.
We don't think first option would try to leverage us using them as for the loan?
No, and I visited with them on that. Obviously, if it's all above board, which I think all 5 local banks will give us their best shot. So I'm not, and I think our friends at First Option wouldn't do that. But so yeah, if they're the lowest interest and we get that, but if they're not the lowest interest rate in terms, Mark made it sound like that the foundation would still be willing to help us out. So they will not use that for leverage to get the big bid, which I appreciate that.
I'm with Jim. I think as long as, proceeding with this outline sounds great, and as long as we're, stay within our budget, so.
Okay. So, by that timeline, the only thing I would probably be able to present to you at the next board meeting is like if something comes up at the planning commission from the city. If not, there won't be much at the next board meeting because you can see the timeline on what's going out on that. But I think we are putting this together in the most logical, efficient way. It allows us to pull things out, allows us to take this alternate. It's just not one big price, and can you do that or not? It allows us to just see where we're at and then get as much as we potentially can.
Why we're talking about this, I feel is necessary to address a potential issue going around on social media regarding a board member distributing flyers, suggesting that middle school band will be cut, that we will have to issue a bond to make this happen. That's concerning to me if that is happening, if misinformation like that is being put out there to the community and is causing more chaos around everything. So is anybody doing that?
I really question if it's even true. You know, I mean, you can post anything on social media.
Sure. I just wanted
And
to-
I see a lot of stuff on social media that I'm like, where did that come from? You know, and there's been at least 2 posts on this that I have seen that I've addressed on social media, both times correcting incorrect information. And I just hope that, you know, that if anybody's being asked about this, that we're given factual information.
I agree.
Yeah, because middle school band, in fact, I ran into Mr. T today at the middle school, and he even shared, I guess, you know, he responded to that post. So I mean, obviously, middle school band's never been discussed. If that was discussed, it would be discussed at this level. And I know members of this board support the band program, and so that would, I mean, unless dire straits, never be even discussed. It's still not even discussed. I mean, then you go down another school level at Broadmoor. Now, Cindy and the teachers and Zeb have had conversations about, they're just trying to find the best placement for 5th grade band. And so it used to be at the end of the day. Now it's at the middle of the day. I do know it's going back to the end of the day as well, but even 5th grade band is still alive and well. And so, yeah, there's nothing with that. And then, yeah, on the fields, I think I've shared how, and I've got my direction from the board that need to show how it will be paid for, and that learning, facilities, salaries, everything that goes into a budget will not be affected. And I mean, I know that's important, and so I'm willing to share that. But yes, no bond issue, no capital outlay mill increase to pay for this. We probably wouldn't do that anyway, but statutorily, we're not able to raise it any higher than it is already. And so we'll just take more creative planning and thorough look at the budget to be able to do that. But first, we just need to see what the price range is, and if we can't afford it, then, you know, we tried and we've taken it as far as we can. But I'm hopeful that we can at least get some of this to provide our baseball and softball teams.
I will say that I probably get asked about this at least once a month by somebody. You know, when are we going to do something? And ever since I've gotten on the board, I get contacted about it, whether it's in public or emails or texts or phone calls. So, you know, I know there's a lot of interest in it. A lot of people want it. So I think finding out what it would cost and whether it's feasible or not, I'd like to see that.
I will bring back, and if there's any updates, I'll definitely inform the board on that.
I'd like to add a little clarity to something that I did. Sunday morning, I was looking through the packet and was reviewing what Hollis and Miller had put together. And so I printed that packet off. I printed off 2 of them. Went by the Prettyman's home and said, we're going to have a meeting Monday night. And here's what Hollis and Miller is proposing. And I think that's why Tony was here tonight. The other family that's affected or closely affected would be the Bookers. And I went over and visited with them. And at both places, I expressed the same things that I had expressed last month at this meeting. And I did say that I thought that I heard that 5th grade band was going to be eliminated, or we were going to do something with 5th grade band. And I said, you know, that deeply concerns me if that's true. So then I guess that turned into middle school band. But we were sitting out here last month And Dr. Bierman, you had a comment about fifth grade band. And if it's staying the same, I mean, what was the comment that you made last month?
I don't recall in this meeting mentioning anything about fifth grade band. I don't know if any other.
The only thing I've heard about fifth grade band was they were I know that Cindy and the teachers at Broadmoor had been discussing what they were going to do with fifth grade band as far as how it fit into the schedule, and they wanted to move it to the end of the day because it worked better, because we had changed it previously and put it in the middle of the day, and it wasn't working very good for the teachers, so they were talking about how they were going to possibly move it to the end of the day. I remember that.
I don't think we talked about that last month.
Yeah, well, I do remember having the conversation, but I don't remember it being last month, but I do remember that conversation.
It was out in the Commons area. Jim, you and I were on the same group. And Dr. Bierman, you came up and talked to some of the parents there. And if they're just moving it in their class schedule, then I misheard.
Yeah, I think that was where it was discussed at. I think it was when we were doing our roundtables out there. Because something came up, I can't remember what it was, but I think that was discussed out there that they were looking at how they were going to fit fifth grade band into the schedule because they needed to move it.
Yeah, I know they've been working, I know teachers have been, for
Right.
last year, been complaining about how to work that into the schedule. I do know that.
Right.
They have been
Yeah,
trying to figure out something else with it.
Rest assured, if programs are going to be eliminated, those will be long, lengthy discussions at this level. No different than when we have discussed adding supplementals and programs for students. You guys approved, just recently, obviously, swimming, girls wrestling, middle school cross country. You just added middle school Scholars Bowl, and so those would always be. And I hope those are the conversations we can have of continuing to add programs for students. But, if there would ever be a day where we'd have to eliminate a program, especially as something that's, been a great program in our district, just like all our other programs, that would be discussed at this level.
The only time that I think I would ever be in favor of eliminating a program is if there was lack of interest. I don't know why we would ever want to eliminate a program unless we had some kind of dire budgetary problems, but I think our budget's pretty healthy and our district is financially a lot healthier than it was in the past when they were cutting programs.
In fact, when it comes to fifth grade band, we are a rarity, and I know years ago I looked at that survey data with other school districts, but I think that's pretty awesome. Not too many school districts offer fifth grade band. It starts in middle school. Eudora does fifth grade band, but it's actually a before or after school program. So I think that's really neat. Probably one of the reasons we have such a successful band program is even though it's just hot cross buns in fifth grade, they're playing hot cross buns in fifth grade instead of sixth grade. So I think that's important.
Jim, can I make two last real quick?
Yes. Step up, Tony, so we can hear you.
Absolutely. Just want to make sure that the board does take a look at that distance and commute from walking from the parking lot to, and make sure that that is a reasonable to go back to the concessions, the bathrooms, the parking lot.
Sure.
And if that could be shortened. Also, and correct me if I'm wrong, the positioning of the fields, while it is quote unquote correct, it is more of a suggestion and not a requirement, and that two of our three ball fields out at Lewis Young are in a different position, as well as both of our alternate fields are in a different position. So they could be, I can't speak to drainage, I can't speak to additional cost or timing, but it's not I don't think it's a requirement that it has to be in that position, but correct me if I'm wrong.
We will look into that.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I add, or can we ask her about the school tours?
Yeah, I was going to, yeah, before we, because I was doing that in the construction, but that's okay. And it's been discussed if the board would like to do a school day tour, so during the school day, not at night, but I know we did that last year. So we were thinking in May to do that, so if you guys could pull your calendars up, and so, you know, I would suggest earlier in May, the better. It just gets crazier, you know, especially obviously in this building with graduation, seniors will be gone, and there's a lot of field trips, and so I don't know. So if you're looking at a calendar, May 1st is on a Thursday, and the 2nd, our board meeting's May 12th. Would it be good to have it before the May 12th meeting, so then you guys can reflect and comment on, you know, anything you heard at the May meeting? That's not necessarily, you know, required, because you could do that at the June meeting, but, so I don't know if someone wants to throw out a May Day and see if that works in people's schedules. Probably do the same thing as last time. I think last time we started at Broadmoor with breakfast. We could start somewhere else with breakfast, and then we hit all the buildings during the school day.
Is there a better day during the week for the schools for us to be there, or does it even matter?
I can't answer that, and of course, the principals were dismissed. I just, would probably be better to, you know, target, to do that before like May 9th if we could.
May 6th?
So Sarai puts out May 6th. Any thoughts?
I'm only available the 1st and 8th.
1st and 8th, so Thursdays.
What about you, Sarai?
Well, I actually don't.
You what?
I don't know what shift I'll be on.
Oh, you haven't
I
gone
actually
that far
found out
out.
today, so I'll know tomorrow if that's available or not.
Well, do we want to put the 1st and the 8th as possibilities and see where,
I am not available the 8th.
well, then, you want to see if you can work the 1st, or if the 1st will work for you?
Most likely, it will not.
It won't?
Yeah.
It doesn't for me either, but, so just do it whenever you need to do
You're
it.
just being very difficult.
I know, May is a very busy month for me.
What about April? I mean, Rob, what's April look like for you? The end of April?
17th.
You're off Thursdays, Rob? Is that your day off? Or just,
I don't know if he asked you, Rob, if
17th is
Thursday's your
good.
day off.
Thursday's your day off.
It is 2 out of 3 weeks, it is.
oh, so that it'd be best for to have a Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, if it doesn't work for me with the dates, I mean, I can miss it.
I could do April 17th.
I mean, it'll probably be very difficult for me to do the 17th, but you know, it's gonna be weather dependent for me, so I'll just, if I can, I will, if I can't, I can't.
I would also have to look into getting off work that day. I mean, I can certainly look and request, but I'm not positive either. And
So
then
do we want to tentatively put the 17th?
yeah. I mean,
Pat,
I'm
does that
fine
work
with
for you?
looking into it.
Yes.
So,
Annie?
Yeah, it's would be in the morning, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much the full day.
17th of April?
Yeah.
Well, if I can't make it, I can't make it, but, April's pretty busy. I mean, my mushroom.
It's really busy for me, but I mean, why don't we just pencil in the 17th and see, maybe email everybody next week and see what, or in 2 weeks and see if that's gonna work.
okay. And I'll send you guys a calendar invite so you can have as a placeholder, and then if we need to reschedule, we will.
Right now, it's April 17th, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, moving on, action items, 5.0. Approved district asphalt bids.
Okay, part of our capital outlay plan was to, you know, make sure our parking lots are maintained. With parking lots, no different than any asphalt parking lot, you really have 2 issues with asphalt. You have the cracking, and so you should to maintain it, clean those cracks out and crack fill those, and then seal coat them. And so we sent out an RFP to do that. I was pleased we had 4 companies. This RFP, no different than what we were just talking about with the baseball, softball. I like to do RFPs so we are in control on what projects, who we select. You just don't go to the far right column because that's going to potentially cost you more money. And so we had 4 companies: McConnell, Complete Pavement, Kansas Asphalt, and Silomatic. They had to give us 5 quotes for all of our 5 locations. And you can see if we would have just went with total price, Silomatic would have won at $141,086. But we wrote in the specs that we could take building by building, and that's where you see the green. And so if the board approves the motion, you will be awarding Silomatic $74,300 for Circle Grove, the middle school and high school. You'll be rewarding Kansas Asphalt $64,910. By doing that, we save about $2,000. That totals $139,000 versus the $141 if we go with Silomatic. So my recommendation would be what you see in green, and that's what the recommended motion would be. This would happen this year. From a budgetary standpoint, until we do this, I didn't know how much this was going to be. I budgeted $100,000 out of this fiscal year, and so what the plan will be, if approved, we'll do Circle Grove, Rockville, the middle school, and the high school out of this budget year. That's a little under that $100,000, and that Broadmoor bid of $40,970. That would come out of next year's July 1st capital outlay budget. And so we're able to still do that. And then if there is additional capital outlay dollars, as we close the budget down, we can pay for it out of this fiscal year, and Katie can just cancel that July 1st PO. That would be for Broadmoor. But that would still keep us within our budget of capital outlay at this time.
I move to approve the district summer 2025 asphalt work to Silomatic for $74,300 and Kansas Asphalt for $64,910.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the district summer 2025 asphalt work to Silomatic for $74,300 and Kansas Asphalt for $64,910. Is there any discussion?
Goodman,
Yes.
and Tisdale,
Yes.
Studeville,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Foot,
Yes.
Apple,
Yes.
Bose.
Yes.
Motion passed.
The only other, and we can definitely discuss later, because I know we have some executive sessions come up, but still working through the solar potential. Just that's kind of been tied up with the reapplication at the KCC. And so I haven't forgot about that project. That's been a very slow process. If that's still the board's direction, then I'll continue to wait on that reapplication and things like that. If the board would just like to do an RFP and hard bid it and see, and then still work with K-State on making sure the numbers are there, I'm open to anything. I wish I could present something to you on that, because I know we've kind of put that on the back burner and it's still there. But I just wanted to bring that up because I know we were discussing that and then that's kind of went dormant, but I just can't provide you any more information because that's who I'm waiting for. So there would be ways to still explore that, to see from a price standpoint, still get approval, working with K-State on making sure those companies' numbers were legit. But if we just want to wait, then we can wait. I just want to make sure I'm on that topic doing what the board would like me to be doing.
I don't know, with the ball fields and all this coming up, I don't know if we should wait or what on that.
Now, the solar, and obviously we'd have to see it play out, but that would be paid through savings of our energy bill. So,
Yeah, okay.
but we'd have to see that. Once again, ultimately, obviously, you would approve that if you felt like that way. If that, well, didn't play out that way, if there was gonna be additional cost, you say, we don't have the funds to do that because of whether it's the baseball, softball, or other, expenses, you could say no to that. I just wanted to make sure, just like anything else, I wasn't, someone wasn't, oh, where are we at on that topic? But I've really tried, and I don't know what the holdup is at the Kansas Corporation Commission, but if that's the direction we're going, that's what I'm still waiting for, is that application to be approved, so these S-Corps can apply, and that process can be put in place. But right now, we just are waiting for that.
I think maybe just wait and see what case, wait and see what they come back with for right now.
Okay.
And, hopefully we know something by this summer, and then we can explore the possibilities from there.
That's fine.
That's my opinion. Anybody else got anything?
I'm with you on that. I agree with you.
Okay, 6.0, executive session. I move we go into executive session with the superintendent and assistant superintendent to discuss teacher negotiations pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under COMA, and then open meeting will resume in the boardroom at, what do you think?
It's late, but I'd say at least 30.
10:39.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Is there any further discussion?
Goodman,
Yes.
and Tisdale,
Yes.
Studeville,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Foot,
Yes.
Apple, Bose.
Yes.
Motion passed.
conference call at 8.
You ready? I move we go back into executive session with the superintendent and assistant superintendent to discuss teacher negotiations pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the board room at 10:55.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to go back into executive session. Is there any discussion?
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.
Well, you know,
Signed on for this.
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Gary Flanagan said, oh, it's an hour, you're in and out, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's my paper at?
You want mine, Jim?
Yeah, because I can't find my motion. Okay. I move we go into executive session with the superintendent and assistant superintendent to discuss potential real property changes pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition or selling of real property under coma. And the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 11:15.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go back in, or to go into executive session. Is there any further discussion?
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. Oh, sure, sorry.
Announcements, the next regular board meeting will be April 14th, 2025 at 6 PM, and we're going to have that at Circle Grove, correct?
Yeah, so for our two next ones, we're still gonna do this, but, I think we've realized the challenges here. And so we'll do the same, but we'll just go into classrooms to do the middle school and the high school. So we'll make sure that that's broadcasted out, definitely on our agenda. But, for anyone listening, the next two meetings will be back at Circle Grove.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn the March 10th, 2025 regular Board of Education meeting at 11:16.
Second.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the March 10th, 2025 regular Board of Education meeting at 11:16. Is there any further discussion?
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed.